Hello? Are we stream? Are we game? Are we Ace Attorney? I think we are. I need to turn music back on because it's weird not having any noise in my ears. Oops, I accidentally muted it. Now I have no noise. Ever. Excuse me? Hello? I think I might have left a different tab open. I don't know what song that was playing just now, so. Hi, Lolzer, how's it going? Hi, Keen, how's it going? Thank you for returning. What the fuck? How's everybody doing? I hope you're having good nights, afternoons, days, whatever the fuck. Where are you? We're here. It took a while. There was a lot of delays. I'm so sorry for taking so long for us to get here, but there was many things. I was not well, and then I had no internet, and then it was all a big faff. But we did it. We finally made it, despite the odds to this day. To this day. It sounds like my fucking phone.
Wow, I wonder when Ginja's going to unmute us.
This is such a dumb bit. Of course, as usual, we have with us today, Meme and Bree.
Hi.
That's Meme. She replaced her voice box with a kazoo. She will be performing all voice lines in this fashion from now on. Yeah. It is unfortunate that none of us here can speak kazoo.
Peace was never an option.
Peace was never an option. Peace was... Zoe. Hey. I'm gonna... Oh... Do you guys want to play a video game?
I don't know.
No, you don't feel like it? No more video games?
Look at this.
How about we play the hit
rich.
video game that just came out? Slime Rancher 4.
Slime Rancher 4? I wasn't aware they made a Slime Rancher 2 and 3. I have a funny feeling you might have said a wrong word in there.
Nope.
Anyway, we're lucky that we're lucky.
Get it? It was Monsters Inc.
We're lucky that thankfully there are other video games on the planet right now that aren't Slime Rancher 4, which I'm sure is a perfectly fine game, but it wouldn't do very well for our Ace Attorney finale to stream Slime Rancher 4, whatever it is, which is why it's a good
I think
thing.
it'll do great. Did you know you can play Ice Attorney in Slime Rancher 4?
Oh, is that where it is
Oh,
now?
it's like Minecraft.
Yeah, it's one of the slimes.
It's the game. Just like
Yeah.
like a DS cart.
No, if you walk into it, it like goes, and then inside the stomach, you can play Ace Attorney.
Right. This is an
Right.
ambitious little project that has come out recently. This Slime Rancher 4.
But don't tell anybody because it's secret.
It's secret. It's
Oh, it's a Game Awards announcement.
It's Easter egg.
Oh no, we spoiled the Game Awards announcement. Oh, piss.
Oh no, now everyone's gonna know that Trucy Wright is in Smash.
Sorry, Jeff. Also, I forgot to say it because there was too much going on. Also, thank you for gifting us up to Keen.
Yeah. Also, Keen, Keen, you should send me your address so I can send a Christmas card.
Keen, you should send me
Scandalous.
your bank details.
I think everyone should.
About I could do, right?
Termina, thank you for the host and stop me from saying whatever it was I was about to say because it wouldn't have been good. Hey, do we want to recap?
I could try. So here we are. We're here. We've been playing Ace Attorney.
We're specifically at Rise from the Ashes Final Day Trial Former.
Child former, and I can't predict what will be after that. Anyway, so we've been doing the final case, Rise from the Ashes. It's a spin-off case. Whoa! It was DLC. Whoa! So what the fuck has happened? So basically, Lana is accused of murder. I don't know. She's been seen stabbing a body. And we're defending her. And what happened last week? We went into Gant's office and we found a safe. Does anyone remember what was inside the safe?
There was a bit of leather or cloth or something that we fingerprinted, and it had Emma's fingerprints.
Yeah.
And there was two other things. There were other things in there also.
There was a bit. Have you been stuck in a loop of redesigning your own character?
Yeah, for about the last 20 years.
I've been in a loop of just designing in the first place my character. I struggle with that bit. Anyway, there was a piece of the vase.
Yes, there's a piece of the broken vase. We put it all back together.
Mm-hmm.
Was that all, or was there another thing?
I don't know, but Gumshoe got fired.
Gumshoe got super fired. Then lost his job. Oh no, our good friend. Sorry, Gumshoe.
Also, we have a strong suspicion that Gant is the one with the ID 7777777. And it's 7 sevens, right?
Yeah, you got it right.
Yeah. And that would mean that he was there at the murder scene. Anyway, so now we're gonna go to court.
Lozo, thank you for giving me something to Termina. Termina, thank you for tuning in. I hope you're having a good day. I got my Ace Attorney blue shirt. I got my Street Fighter mug. That's not Ace Attorney, but it's Capcom, and Capcom make the Ace Attorney, so it's all good. So which means we're all recapped up, ready to go, ready to press this button from chapter start. Yeah? We do it.
Yes.
Let's go. It's February 25th at 9:47 a.m. in District Court Defendant Lobby number 2.
Oh, the day of the Game Awards.
This is where the Game Awards are happening. Today we are going to find out who is the winner of the Game Awards.
Tune into the Game Awards to see if found
It's
win.
me.
It is
It's
you.
free. Winner of the Game Awards.
It
Congratulations.
literally is you.
This is not a bit.
Jeff Keighley knocked on my house door and
That's what he did.
yeah. And then he gave me $5 million and said, "Congratulations.
Yeah.
My life is yours now."
Legit.
Life is
What
And
yours.
then I
Game Awards.
stole his fingers.
Watch the Game Awards because Bree is in the Game Awards. Legitimately.
But like for real.
Like, I know that we make jokes. This is not a joke.
There are
This is a
allegedly
joke.
comedies on this stream, but this is not one of them. It may not be a joke, but it is the funniest.
The trick is
fucking thing I've
Termina
ever
both were
heard.
mirrored.
True.
I can't tell what part was mirrored. They legitimately were not both mirrored. There is no trick to it. Literally, just one of those parts of it is mirrored.
The trick is both were mirrored,
Don't
but
listen
in
to her.
different images.
Oh.
So there's two mirror verse Jeff Keighley's.
Two mirror
Yeah,
verse
root
Jeff
for if-
Keighley's.
Root for if found to win.
Found win Games for Impact is the name of the award, I think. Anyway,
Something like that.
we got ground to cover. So this is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if
Something's been happening behind the scenes.
it's
I don't know. Maybe that's Edgeworth.
oh, it is
Yes!
Edgeworth. Good guess. Edgeworth.
I heard you're in Smash Brothers. Knowing you've already figured it out.
That I'm in Smash.
Yes, mainly because you would get the invitation. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is?
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt on this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubts have been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. On the defendant, 5 minutes after the trial starts, Lana will be found guilty.
5 minutes should be plenty. Here I go. But she didn't do it.
Ah, I see you've taken notes from the big tits bat. You've got a lot in common. Like big tits. I figured to say it. I don't know where I'm going with that.
Yeah.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
It follows!
Big follows! They're even here for the finale. They're so ready. Actually, Bree.
I don't watch enough streams. Do other streams get a lot of big follows?
Yep.
Okay, good. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. It's the last day for big follows.
Big American follows.
We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
Twitch birthday.
I'll think about it. See you in court, right? And then in my bedroom.
Hey yo! I'm also gonna turn this game down because it's quite loud for me.
It's not smooth when you say Ayo.
Ayo.
Ayo. Fine, you got me.
It always works in the end. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. That conversation took 13 minutes. In Ace Attorney time.
I don't. Oh, okay.
It went
I
from
think
nine-
it's about in stream
No,
time.
it went from 9:47 to 10. Oh, judgy. What was... Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. That was easy. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is buying dittos online, Your Honor.
Is that like synonymous with ready, or is it like ready adjacent? Like, are we good to go, or what?
Up to you.
Okay. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement, but the prosecution is busy buying dittos online.
Huh? Me?
But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Uji, been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
That's the funniest joke of the whole stream right there.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? And where is your joke book, Your Honor? I would like to have a peruse.
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel like she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Okay.
Quick trial. So this was a stream.
Huh?
Okay, I have a question. Was the sound playing?
That is a good question. Did you hear it?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
There will be no dames today. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. I'm a naive little man! With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom? Whomstead of?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye.
Sure doesn't care what everybody thinks today.
I'm a boss-ass bitch. Please excuse how I mispronounced that. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Don't plan to live 5 more minutes. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. What? Like, that made sense, but it was still weird, right? I'm not crazy.
Oh, I love Edgeworth in this case. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister. And I want to be a scientific investigator.
I mean, your literal occupation is a student. Like, being a sister is not a job, but whatever. 2 years ago.
We don't know she goes to school.
True. She probably is, though, considering her goal.
We don't know that, though.
True. You encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killing. Is this correct?
Yeah. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
Loza. Ah, so you're an unemployed deadbeat, are you?
No.
I'm sorry. Those words were mean. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Oh, okay, fuck me, I guess.
That's literally what's going on.
Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
Have you ever noticed that Sunkern pogs?
Huh?
I look at the official art of Sunkern. It's pogging.
Okay.
I mean, I suppose it is a bit, yeah.
No.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and almost took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
This is just like that traitor arc of Persona 5, except the opposite.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
so. Y'all like pressing?
You're gonna get the download.
I am.
Press.
2 years. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
You're lapping Phoenix Wright match been smashed.
Yeah, she was second in command of the Chief Detective Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Chief Detective Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right.
Phoenix Wright.
I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished work. Hold it.
A man?
Yeah, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning the day on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from the outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Detective Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Gant was there too?
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But
I'm gonna start downloading my VODs and hope that that doesn't ruin the stream for me.
That'd be awkward.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash of light left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yeah, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman.
the victim.
Oh. That's a prompt.
What, him or stop?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, more is good, right?
I don't know.
God fucking damn it. I'm gonna hear more.
So you spoke with
Mhm.
Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yeah, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
Huh, they're giving me a lot of opportunities to not explore this avenue of questioning.
Depends, do you respect her privacy?
But when you put it like that,
I
I don't think I want to ask about it.
don't
Or
know.
do you?
I'm asking about the picture.
This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I do mind.
Fuck off.
Seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yeah, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now. Whenever I close my eyes.
When I close my eyes.
Eh-oh. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken?
But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Hey, Ahmed, how's it going? Welcome to the stream.
What's up, buddy?
Welcome to Ace Attorney. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, I don't think you know this game. It's really obscure.
Anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man.
So,
Where's the prisoner?
before I continue, Phoenix did say to look at the evidence again.
Yeah, sure. Take a look
So
at the
I'm gonna
evidence.
take a
I
look
don't
at the
remember what's in
evidence
there.
again.
So
Yeah, it's been a minute, eh?
yeah, good refresher.
Squeema.
Stream. Well, hi, Lunar. How's it going? Hope you had a good
Ahmed,
day.
do you have your own Pog emote?
It goes.
That's funny.
Oh, yeah! Ahmed Pog, it's here.
Honestly, how many Pogs do I have? I mean, oh, okay, none. Wait, where's my own?
Yeah, where's Meme Say Pog?
Oh, there it is. I typed in Pog and it didn't turn up.
Oh, that's weird.
I forgot that I'm not really subbed to anyone right now.
Oh, Kojin's got a Pog emote. Ahmed's got
True.
a Pog emote. Zoe's got a Pog
All
emote.
them pogs.
Mugen's got a Pog emote.
Video Chess has got a Pog emote.
Twitch has a Pog emote.
Twitch has a Pog emote? Didn't know that.
Not the same, Cal, if it's on Discord.
Hi, Cal.
What's that, hey?
But what?
You have to
Where's-
give up one of your dedicated emote slots for it.
Who doesn't have a pog emote?
Ginger.
Sorry.
True.
Where's your Stuart Little
True.
Pog?
Fuck that
True,
guy.
doesn't-
Even if he had a Pog emote, I'd still say fuck that guy, to be fair, but...
You still have more emote slots, right?
Yeah, I got one. And I got bit slots.
Hey, you got loads of slots open.
I got a real slotty stream.
We need to just like group brainstorm emotes, I feel.
Yeah, we'll figure it out at some point. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to be looking for in here, Phoenix, buddy. But I'll come back to it, friend.
That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us. What were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I think that's what they call it anyway.
Neil Marshall did have a sick DDT.
Objection, Your Honor. Lightning never strikes twice, and I believe I've seen lightning strike some time before in my life.
I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can.
Okay, so we need to get her to talk about the picture. The only thing we really have right now that connects to Emma is this strip of cloth that has her fingerprints on it for some reason.
I would say,
But
don't
I
tell the
don't-
judge yet.
But yeah. Hang on, I want to hear what Phoenix said again. Oh!
Yeah.
I accidentally pressed the present button.
Nice.
Your Honor!
Thanks for the
I'm
host.
thinking out loud.
Your Honor, I pressed the wrong button.
Your Honor, I was flexing my muscles. Oh, it's Edgeworth. Sorry, that's just my generic man voice right now.
It would have been real awkward if I got that right.
Yeah.
Prison. Okay, what did Phoenix say? Do a picture of the scene you witnessed. Want to do everything to help investigation.
You're just so lucky in BTTV modes.
I'm also lacking in several crucial vitamins to human function. But you don't hear me complaining about it.
Yes, I never seen any picture. Perhaps. Oh, is this going over?
Yeah, I'm
Find the picture.
Okay, this picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Yeah, so it must be in the evidence, right? Somehow.
But now the highlighted word was picture. So
Yeah.
do they mean the Gant team picture?
No, I don't think
I
so.
mean, I drew a picture. Unless she's like super hyper realistic artist.
I know, but
Check the evidence list.
yeah.
Because, like, I'm just thinking that we're talking about the evidence for that
Yeah.
case.
Yeah!
Oh!
We totally fucking
shit.
forgot about that!
Were we
I
ever
like
told
how
about
Edwards
that?
is like, I couldn't find any picture anywhere. Fucking don't
That was
turn
just a
the
random
thing
guess.
around.
Picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this.
Okay, it's probably that. That's weird.
Hey,
that-
guys! I think we found a picture!
I win emotes. Yeah, well, I have an iron deficiency. Every time I stand up too quickly, I experience orthostatic hypotension and extreme dizziness. That's not true. I have a friend who does, and I thought he was lying for a really long time. I didn't believe him when he said it was a
Oh.
thing. I didn't think it was actually a thing. And then I found out it was an iron deficiency, and I was like, oh, that makes total sense.
Wow.
Ginger, you're a mean friend.
Listen, it was a good bit for a long time.
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you still insist on denying its existence?
Oh! Hey, I'm not the bad guy. You'd be guilty by now if I was the bad guy. I did
Look
a
at
face
this.
turn.
I'm rich.
All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
Also, thank you for giving us the Amadeus.
That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it. Ah! What's this?
I was so slow at turning it over.
Yeah, he couldn't figure it out.
Yes? What is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
Up here. What's the meaning of this?
Wink.
What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What?
Order! Order! Who'd have thought the picture would have been drawn on the back of the list?
Not me.
That was handed to Detective Goodman in the questioning.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
Are you alright, Mr. White? Your eyes are... Mr. White? I missed the white!
Jesse.
Jesse! The evidence list, Jesse! Let's turn it up.
Jesse, I updated the autopsy.
What the heck, Mr. Wright? The autopsy report. Are you alright?
Jesse, Larry.
Shit, I guess so. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing in the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. It's very wide photo.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see. He never looked at the back of the list.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor. There is something drawn on the back of my list. This is that thing.
What?
Okay, I get his reaction now.
Yeah. Bitch, what the fuck? That's that thing. Everybody's favorite song. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Apparently, the head of criminal affairs used it for his blueprints.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Evidence list this morning.
I did sacrifice my throat for that bit.
It was good. Very well. Witness, you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh. Yes. Yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she saw the picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thunder, rain, and lightning.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. And this clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Shit. The dittos are 40 quid.
Those are some pricey dittos.
You know those silicone dittos that are like all rubbery and like you can stretch that have been on Twitter lately?
Oh, are they the ones Devon posted about?
Yes, those ones.
Okay.
They've been posted now. I know you put them in the chat. So if anyone's got 40 quid spare,
There's some
get a ditto.
some
I
cute,
mean,
some cute
they are
tutorials.
handmade. Makes sense.
They are, yeah, it does make sense.
Yeah, like it's only a reasonable price. It's just like
Yeah, oh yeah,
Dang
like
it.
I'm not denying the reasonable price. I'm just saying I can't afford that. Oh, especially considering it's 20 quid to deliver to here.
the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Which will you buy? Cyberpunk 2077 or Shiny Ditto?
She didn't do a Persona joke. We won, everybody. Let's go.
I knew that was what you were waiting for, but I was like, I'm gonna say this line instead. I heard you waiting.
You
I
heard
was like,
my
no,
silence.
I haven't finished talking about Ditto.
You heard my
So in-
silence.
I should have appeased you by saying which will you buy, Persona 5 or Ditto.
Okay. Stop the presses. Or should I say start the presses? Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't remember anything.
During that time, the detective team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
She was using charcoals.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta use
Didn't
what you have
any
on hand.
crayons.
Yeah, come on, Reggie. Has the department not correctly stocked their Crayolas? So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly.
Clearly.
Barely. The lightning was so bright that then I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
Bullshit! The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. And they've both said
Well,
it.
you called me the bad guy earlier, so I'm just saying.
Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives.
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated?
You cut out.
A sign. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated our memory, Mr. Wright?
There we go.
No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet... there's clearly a contradiction here. Yeah,
Yeah, we
I-
definitely see it.
I know exactly what it is.
Oh, do you?
I do
Wow,
have...
you even fooled me.
It's my stellar acting. I do want to check the autopsy report.
Mm-hmm.
Died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound.
And stabbed in the back.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose that's relatively feasible.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like, it's not impossible.
I wouldn't be surprised if they said that was the contradiction, though.
Hmm. February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Single stab wound, piercing.
Yeah,
heart-
that's your stream time.
Between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Okay. It's not going to be anything this far back, but
Well, the switchblade knife might be. I don't know. Yeah, that was a murder weapon, wasn't it?
yeah,
So it could be relevant.
that was the one with the broken. Yeah. The tip of that
Yeah.
knife is the one that was supposedly in
Yeah.
Neil Marshall's body.
Wait, I forgot. Was the stab wound the wrong size? I think they said.
Oh, there was definitely something about blade lengths that we were fussing over.
Yeah.
Let me check. Incident files.
That would also make sense.
Gotta let me fucking move it, please. No, nothing else in there.
How the hell do you break off a knife tip by stabbing someone?
A knife made out of cheese.
Get lodged in a bone?
Ugh.
That as well.
Yeah, that'd probably do it.
Oh look, there's fast.
That is a vase. I'm going to say the autopsy. Wait, no, stabbed. It does say stabbed in the back. Shit, I didn't catch that.
I mean that's what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they said, well, that you can't be stabbed in the back from that direction. That's from up.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. Okay.
Hey,
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it, just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
oh, call outpost. You have to know what's going on.
This part. Maybe. This part? I'm gonna point
Maybe-
at this part.
Maybe because that looks more like a ruler than a knife.
I think it's, this part here.
I don't see what's so strange about that.
That's because the drawing stinks!
She's trying her art.
Mr. Wright, How could you?
The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty.
I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others. Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned his lesson. I'd better take another look at that autopsy report and this picture. Mr. Wright? Okay, I already said that. Oh, this is weird, because I'm pretty sure I know what it is, but I don't know where to click on for that.
What do you
What do
think
you
it
think it
is?
is?
It's the position, right? It's where they got stabbed from. No?
I did think that as well, but the fact that asking you a specific place means that how?
Hmm. It's either that or the weapon. I feel like.
Mm. I honestly don't remember, so any advice I give you is blind advice. Blind advice? Blind advice. Oh, he's more confident
Yeah,
this
this
time.
sounds like the contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. It's also a fucking rectangle. Like, in fact, you don't even have to look closely to see that. Wait.
Bree?
Mr. Wright? Look at the evidence.
Oh, I understand. I see. Okay.
Yeah, you understand it now.
Yeah.
See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Are you gonna tell her drawing is shite again?
Yes,
Huh. Where could you possibly see a problem? Is it her use of shading? Is
Yes.
it her proportions?
its composition is poopy! I don't know anything about art. It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Oh! What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. Ah!
Order, order, order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. Hmm.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one?
Well, I highly doubt that Emma's just wrong. So.
If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Oh no. Mr. Wright.
Mr. White.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
I have a guess
Mhm,
that I
what's your guess?
feel
guess?
decent about.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because this photo has a really glowing, sharp object in it. And I feel
Mhm.
kind of strongly about this really glowy, sharp object.
But
really?
is it broken?
But it's not broken, you're right. But the photo was taken before.
is
It
it?
could have broken later, no?
Edward's knife.
It was Edgeworth. All
He
along.
glued it back together.
It was me. I was the murder weapon.
I headbutted really hard and it stabbed.
It did stab damage.
Lunar's knife. Lunar's knife? Lunar's head turns into a knife.
That's pretty cool. Okay. That's the one. It's not that one, because it's the same one. Wait, what was the deal with this screwdriver again?
And it was evidence that Gant asked Edgeworth to bring back from the police department to the prosecutor's office.
We have what? Huh?
That was the reason that Edgeworth drove from the police department to the prosecutor's office, and his car was there.
Okay. So that's probably just to place Edgeworth,
And-
not to.
And that's also why Edgeworth was in the what's it called? Evidence locker.
Yeah. Okay. So that's not there to like place him at the scene. Or it is there to place him at the scene. It's not there to be the weapon. That's my thinking.
I mean, it
anyway.
could be a weapon.
It could be, but I'm doubtful. Also, it's not broken. Or a knife.
Yeah, it's a flat edge though.
It's a flathead.
I'm being vague because I remember the answer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking it's either that pointy thing I put in the picture, or it's the jar piece that we found.
Mm-hmm.
Because this just feels like such a distinct detail, you know? But I'm worried I'm getting too stuck on it. I'm gonna try the jar.
I think it's phallic imagery in front of Lana.
Why?
She's friends.
Oh, okay. That's okay then.
I'm just saying.
It's Gallic imagery.
What?
Girl fat. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I thought you were making a Gaelic joke. I thought you were saying it's Irish.
Okay, I'm gonna try the jar.
Yeah, you might as well present something. If anything's broken here, it's you.
I mean, you don't have to call me out like that. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Sky hangs in the balance? Okay, I'm gonna cheat. Don't tell anybody.
But you have lives.
I got too low. I'm concerned. Okay,
Fine, then go back.
Well, let's just wait. Maybe he says something.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this.
So he said that the murder weapon was broken prior to the murder.
Okay, so it's not the picture.
Like I said, phallic imagery.
It's not the picture or the vase or the screwdriver. I feel like a dum-dum brain.
I'll leave you to work it out.
Bah!
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past.
Okay, I'm
here-
very glad. I'm very glad that you presented this after working out it wasn't the knight.
Yeah.
Because if you presented the knight with this line of logic, this would have been awkward.
Right here inside this picture.
There's a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah!
That's the sound I made. When I looked at it.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. Said that one a little
Very
weird.
glad that you didn't accidentally present it.
It's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the picture was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood this award. This game award for best murder weapon.
Winner, if found.
Order, order, order.
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and a broken knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he didn't carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Me? Never.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. The picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
Did you at least get commission rates?
What?
All this time I've been trying so hard to forget.
They were on the walls.
I must have locked this part away deep inside of me.
I would as well if I remembered the blue badger.
Also, hey, Bedinsis, thank you for tuning in. I didn't say hello earlier when I saw you pop in.
I should have
How's it going?
copyrighted the Blue Badger in retrospect.
True.
Perhaps it would be
Should be
best
making bank.
if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where's the knife mix-up? Now, the blue badger. This should be interesting.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning. And that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The head detective of criminal affairs didn't even design him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further.
New sprite.
Lana?
She's not just Sid.
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
She actually got up. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence!
I'll prove you wrong. Watch me spin.
The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
I'm free from the Persona 5 curse.
No, we finally, that's the actual end. Edgeworth is finally free from Persona 5.
I can't wait for Persona 6.
Oh no! Too bad you'll have to wait about 6 years for them to finish milking 5.
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark?
Yeah, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were the shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident. It's also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
I panicked and rushed towards.
Sorry, the screen text.
I rushed.
She rushed. Why would you do
Sonic?
something... Sonic rushed.
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was I've got to help Mr. Marshall.
Okay, so Ginger, what do you think is going on in general?
Fucking... I don't know. I had a thought that... I don't know, that maybe the real one behind the serial killings was Neil Marshall. But that's a very gut reaction. I don't have much to think about that. And that Lana is trying... Oops. I almost knocked over everything! And Lana is trying to, like, cover up the fact that he was a big murder man. Doesn't want people to know. I don't know.
Okay.
But in terms
Obviously,
of
I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
But
in terms of what's happening
just-
like right now, my guess about the Blue Badger shadow is that it's probably the vase. It looks vaguely similar.
okay. See you later,
See you,
Termina.
Termina. Thank you for tuning
My
in.
turn.
I was just very interested in where your mind is right now.
My mind is always in many places at once. Some of them even I do not know. What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast. And I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly, but what I did, it's all kind of a blur.
In a matter of just a few seconds, Miss Guy was almost killed. Then she witnessed a murder.
Smart.
What a read about to take place. A little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I want this drama, bitch. Are you sure about this?
Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here.
But the head detective of criminal affairs thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before. Somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face, with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really?
Okay. I mentioned before that my initial thinking was the jar.
Mhm.
And I still feel decent about that, but I do want to take another look at this. Would the jar really have cast that much of a silhouette, though? Maybe I'm overthinking it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going for the jar.
The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamed up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Wait, what?
Mr. Wright,
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike. In this room made me lose all confidence for some reason, but here we go.
I think your evidence counts as in this room.
Oh, fair enough. One of the longest long shots in the series incoming. Okay, well.
mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this!
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
Sorry, thanks for the host.
I don't know. I
Sort
played
of.
Dual Destinies.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
I'm just betting you, Ahmed, by the way. I don't remember any pulls like this in Dual Destinies.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from.
Well, upside down would be a start. No? No, maybe not. No. Other way.
Look at this usage of the 3D.
Yeah. Look at this perfect example of my relative lack of spatial awareness.
Welcome back, Cal.
Hello, Keelan.
But it doesn't really look that
I'll tell
much.
you now, you already passed by it.
Was it like the first thing I did?
I'm not going to say what it was, but I definitely saw it.
Let me see, I don't feel that that is it, necessarily.
Aren't you glad that this music is the music that plays? What you're thinking?
So as long as I'm not thinking for as long as I was the last time this song was playing, fuck me. I
Bah.
feel very silly now.
Okay, walk us through what you're thinking is which bit.
Well, I just feel like my brain tells me that these handle bits are the yellow bits on the left and right, but then there's no middle bit,
Okay.
and it doesn't...
Then how are you going to get the middle bit?
Good question.
Did you ever take that exam they made us take in secondary school where they test how well you can think in a 3D space?
How did you do, Ginger?
I don't think I know what you're talking about, to be honest.
They used
So
to
not
do it in,
well.
like tech schools.
Well, I did not go to a very technological school. So how would I get the third part, you say? Is it like that?
Okay, so
Is that it?
no, let's walk through this. So, what identifiable parts of the vase are there?
There's the handles and the end, this bit. At the end. You know what the end is. The skinny bit.
The lip.
Sorry?
The neck.
Yeah, the
I
neck.
said the lip.
The lips.
His back, his pussy, and his crack.
I want to
Yo.
talk about the blue badger's pussy.
Or his crack.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably it, right?
I'll try making it a bit shallower, I think.
Yeah, it's his thing. There you go.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
I sees it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry, everybody.
Well, is this a miracle or what?
Loki is.
No one could possibly deny the star's resemblance to the blue badger.
You did pass over it quite often.
That must have been infuriating. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. No, it can't be. He worked it out.
Order, order! The defense has proven its claim. Mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. Why did it take him so damn long? What's your point?
I got poopy brain, leave me alone.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. This changes the
Indeed.
fucking game.
Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
Good question.
I think I know.
Instinctually, I feel murder weapon because I think that's what's most likely for the jar to be.
Mm-hmm.
But does that make sense? Well, we know it wasn't the broken knife that were aware of.
I'd say there's one problem with that logic. You're thinking that he's stabbing with the jar,
I was
but the
thinking,
jar's intact right there.
and we're aware it happened in Gant's office, right?
Did they wear in his office?
I could have swore they said they were in his office, so it wouldn't change.
Yeah,
the
no, yeah, no,
location.
but what does it say where in his office?
With that, wait, we have floor plans, don't we?
Do we?
I think we do. Oh no, that's the evidence room. Piss.
Check the files or autopsy, maybe? Because let's just check where it says the actual crime took place.
Yeah. It is not. Or at least this part doesn't.
Okay. And what was the third option?
The murderer.
I wanna be a murderer.
Go with your heart.
I don't have any confidence in my heart.
Well, you're not being presented with exclamation marks right now, so I don't think you'll be overly punished.
True. I'm going to suggest murder weapon because it's the only one I feel like I have a decent line of thought for.
Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
Not only that, but she saw it at a very specific angle.
Knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
Location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk.
Were they all the same option?
I have a feeling that they were all right.
Were we always going to get here?
Because I knew at least location was right. And that's why I was like, I wonder if it shows us the floor plan. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly.
If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
I just finished drawing some can, by the way.
Congratulations.
That one's done.
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your
We got him.
if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
Ah,
Suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes.
There you go.
I knew it had to be something, right?
And since the man who was knocked in the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the prosecutor's award.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall,
you mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances,
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
evidence?
I am willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
You certainly can't get dead people to testify.
Unless...
Unless.
This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. Somehow. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind.
Quick little peruse.
Yep, quick little look. See? Still haven't gotten much
Wait,
of
have
a
you-
look at these.
Have you examined that blood?
I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah. Only the fragment found in Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining on it. But maybe if we reassemble them, it spells a name? Or... I'm feeling it's the jar, though. The only other thing we have is this. But that's not anything. I'm gonna stick with what I'm feeling on this jar business.
Okay.
This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. And maybe save a state while you're at it. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? That thing could, I'm sure it would. He's a bitch, he's a snitch.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines?
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. The murderer's name. Now,
How good at you at spelling? Can you tell what it is yet? Can you tell what it is yet?
That's kind of fucked up, Ginja. Why would you spell that?
Yeah. What are you trying to do?
Yeah, I think that's too straightforward. What if... No. What? Huh? What?
What are you trying to do?
I mean, you already spelled our name.
I know I spelled a name, but...
Hey, I thought you'd like to know that Ahmed just DM'd me saying he's losing his mind.
Wait, am I am I stupid? Am I overthinking this? Like, I'm not, right?
I don't know. I feel like maybe you spell Marshall in all that blood. Who knows?
There's just so much blood. There's so much possibility. You spelled so many names
I
that
got
are
a T.
all related to the case.
No, look, I wrote a T. It's a totally new letter.
I don't know, Ahmed. What do snitches get?
Okay. Y'all made me feel like a meanie, and so I.
Yikes!
Oh my god!
Ugh. Please, I'm not-
Oh, you fucking.
Go on, try and spell Gant, I dare you.
That's what I'm. I wanted to be smart. That's an N, right?
Ginger, please. Maybe it spells meme and the first M was rubbed out.
There, it says Emma.
What the fuck?
I can't believe you fucking knew
Are
this.
you gonna make everyone think that Emma's a murderer?
Oh, you're a bunch of fucking psychos. Okay, hold on. Joe? Can I write Joe?
Ahmed almost fell off his chair.
Who's in the game?
Gumshoe.
Is Gum? It says Gum.
It says Miles.
It
It says Nick.
says
Says
Nick.
Cowboy.
It says fuck.
I'm gonna send you a screenshot of what Ahmed has to me. I don't care if you give me stitches. They need to see this.
F. Whose name starts with F?
Files Fedgeworth. Maybe it's Lana.
Nobody's name starts with F.
Oh shit. Have I disconnected?
No? I hear you.
Mm-hmm. Fucking Zed. Backwards
It's
Zed.
Zarg. It's Zar.
Hey guys, you know what day it is?
Thursday?
Yeah, and that means it's my bad internet day.
Oh. I mean, we can
I
hear you.
cut out quite a while there. Oh, you could hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
we heard you ask if
Yeah.
you had disconnected.
The stream had also stopped, so I was like, okay, everything
Ham.
um,
is ham.
Okay, no, this is.
Did you at least see what Ahmed DM'd?
This finale is never fucking happening. It's true. Zoe, did you predict this when you said, I don't know, this is kind of long? Did you Did you predict that I would spend 45 minutes trying to write a name other than Emma?
This is really sweet.
It's not her. That's a different E. That's a spicy E.
But now you have an apostrophe at the beginning.
An Irish
What?
name.
That could be any letter if there's an apostrophe at the start.
maybe it is meme.
Okay, well, let's. Okay, I deciphered that this is probably a T, right? So if we work backwards from there. Oh, that's a big letter. Is that an N?
Wait, that middle one could be an N.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This could be an N.
Take it to the right. Take it down. No, take that. Take it down, and then take it up. Oh, wait.
I swear it's...
See, that's an N.
That's an N. We got it. We got an N.
Wait, and now we just get an A, and we got Can.
We got Gant. That's a 7. Like his number. What letter is that?
It's an X.
Zant.
From Zelda. But spelled wrong.
Okay.
He never played it. He didn't know how to spell it.
Okay. But it's probably this, right? No, it's not. It can't.
What the
No,
actual fuck, Ginger? What the fuck?
I'm gonna lose.
I can't believe you do this. A poor innocent girl.
Test? Can I hit the... Wait, can I
Lana
test?
is crying. First of all, you haven't even finished it.
What? What do you mean? There we go.
Fucking hell.
Lana is crying on the stand. And you're just gonna be like, yeah, it is, Emma, you know?
Wait, no, so it isn't. I want to strangle me too right now.
I need this whole bit highlighted.
Yeah.
Oh no, didn't mean to press it. I clicked on the top screen. I clicked on the top screen.
Oh, fucking hell. Get
Wait, so what happens now? Wait, what happens now? I swear I clicked up the top screen. You can ask anybody.
Ahmed also DM'd me, remind me never to take Ginger to an escape room. And also said, no, it's not a fucking T. I'm losing it. Don't make it work.
Fucking, that's definitely a T, is what you said. You said that's definitely a T.
I can't feel my face.
What's
Fucking hell.
Okay. Oh. It's defense. Yeah.
Hey, Ginger.
What's up?
Have you ever done to connect the dots before?
Yeah.
I mean, clearly, because he fucking picked it up in the first try and then he just talked himself out of it. Oh, please. All of that needs to be highlighted.
I'll
Have
go
you
back
stuck on a marker?
Oh, I haven't a fucking clue. Hang on, let me look at my thing.
Oh.
Is there any buttons
Fuck.
for it?
Oh.
I don't see like a marker button. I'll go back and get it.
Oh, I literally can't feel my face.
Fucking hell.
What is wrong with you?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a T.
What is wrong with you?
This stream is mean.
Holy shit.
Listen, we got like 8 more of these games to go. It's the defense attorney's duty to prove his...
We gotta write Herlock Holmes over here.
Herlock Holmes!
Oh, Herlock Sholmes, sorry.
I'm so sorry. Are we good? Are we okay? Do we need to take a break?
We need to keep going, or else the Game Awards are gonna start before we finish. We're still in the trial former.
It's the defense attorney's duty to prove his client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this.
Again!
Emma.
I'm sorry, I can't read the line.
Do we actually need to
So-
take a break?
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
I'm gonna a formal apology to the wonderful people who make these games. I'm sorry, but that we are that like I have completely obliterated all emotional attempts at the rest of this trial.
It said Full Metal Alchemist.
Did
Okay.
you
I'm
back in the game?
smacking. I'm back. I'm back. I'm drawing a line.
My chest.
Ow.
Amazing.
Did you read that?
I did.
Okay.
I did. What the fuck, Phoenix?
Phoenix went, I know exactly what the message is, and then spent the next 30 minutes having a fucking breakdown in front of the chair.
Well, he saw Emma first. I was like, no, I can't be it.
Of all people, she,
Apologize to me.
she may not have. Yeah, I apologize to everyone else as well for waste for. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye.
Apologize to Bree's boss. She's not going to be there for the Game Awards.
I'm sorry, Jeff Keighley. I'm sorry, everyone at the Game Awards.
Well, that's Gan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's Emma.
Seaworthy. Can't say I didn't warn you.
Fuck you.
Boat rental.
Boat rental.
Boat rental.
Okay, was there a singular quote from that whole thing that we can put in the thing?
Well, everyone seems quite fond of "it must be a T," which I don't know if I even actually said those words, but I probably did.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not?
Ah!
Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sent to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Ah! That's a really weird noise, and
Yeah, it was like,
and I felt like if I tried it, it would lose the moment, as if the moment hasn't already been lost.
as if it hasn't been obliterated from orbit by me. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
Isn't that like your whole shtick?
We're merely the keepers of the law.
Pussies.
Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this is a fact that cannot be denied.
Let's go to the prosecutor's office. Someone else?
They might have said innocent man to his death. How could he just stand there like it
How
wasn't
did
his
he just
fault?
stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order, 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 order!
Teamwork.
Makes it dream work. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears.
And Phoenix's ass.
Hey-oh. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows.
We're finally making it to trial ladder. They shouldn't have...
Do.
I'm sorry this took 45 minutes longer than it should have.
How long were we actually on that?
I don't know. Like, someone said to highlight it all. I'm legitimately concerned it's too long for a highlight.
It won't be too long for a highlight. And anyway, you can at least turn it into a video.
I can. That'll probably go up on the channel separate from the VODs. The VOD will be there too. Yeah, save the fucking game. If it says, like, trial middle, I'm gonna scream. Oh, it took 2 hours and 6 minutes. It took us 2 hours and 3 minutes. We're fucking in there. I figured it out quicker than Camden.
Shut up.
Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. I'm taking off my hoodie so I cannot see anything. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Not again, Gumshoe. You're valued.
Oh, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You know what energy this is?
What?
This is when we're talking about Percy Jackson and Loza comes in. And we're like, hey, Loza. I was like, oh, you're talking about Percy Jackson. I'll just...
You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around while on duty.
And it's like, no, we love you. Come back.
And to top it all off, you send me here? I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give you this. If there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Seems so.
You could at least study some evidence, Raw. Really.
What do I tell you about me and reading?
Especially 3 little words.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Securely slipped evidence law into pocket. That's a big pocket.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined in this forged evidence that you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out you unwittingly caused a man's death. Then now you're telling me you want to do more?
For someone who's running errands, Gumshoe's very up to date.
Yeah. He's got a fucking Twitch stream in the courtroom.
What the fuck is this ever?
You've got to be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
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 And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana. That's the wrong voice. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
I'm proud. Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
And I do it again, bitch.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that Mr. Edgeworth may have,
Struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's never been a case example.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
I love what a little shit Edgeworth is.
Then it's
Like, he's
settled.
just proud.
He just causes problems and then is happy with himself.
Well, no, he didn't cause the problems. He's just like, yeah, I know everyone thinks I cause problems. What of it? Maybe I will cause them.
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
The defense calls. Oh shit! I got my lives back. Nice.
Yeah, you hit a checkpoint.
Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer.
I wonder who it is.
I wonder who. Maybe we can write their name.
I think it's Emma.
I think it's Emma. No, it's Damon Gant, probably.
Yeah, he's the same age as you, Dennis, but not really.
Same age, but not the same. Why does that matter to you, you save-stating cheater?
Yeah, like, you didn't even make enough mistakes to lose all your lives in the first half.
I just want it to be a good stream. I don't want to have to do things a second time.
Damon Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
I mean, the crime happened in his office. As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to be manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke?
Psyche, you're the murderer.
I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm an acting of Chief of Police.
Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister had murdered that prosecutor?
Tactful.
Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
What are you gonna do, stop me, bitch? Weapons.
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
That seems like a bad idea.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
Ah, man.
Wait, shit. We fucked it up.
What do we fuck up?
No, I was reading Ahmed's message.
Oh, okay.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either.
Well, I thought that was it for a second.
When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
I think that's bullshit, and I think we have the things to prove it. Is that when Dark was arrested?
He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark had bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Which means I'm gonna do the same thing I always do and press all the statements one by one. Really slowly.
Brum, brum, brum.
As I recall, the ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right. But Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs, and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky.
What's this about the power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil he was when that knife went through his heart. It's kinda fucked, dude.
That's not funny.
Wait, shit, maybe it was.
Yeah, maybe there was a little bit of comedy there. I don't know.
Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together.
Dark was
Stark
also.
was
lying?
also lying.
Okay.
you.
Do you want to ask the question?
No, I'm just stupid.
It's okay.
Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor.
Yes, apparently he has his head, and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can now understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, stare at this penis.
Ooh.
You'd better be off staring at the court report. Where's the dick pic?
Worthy. Always a smooth talk.
Hey, Abby. Welcome to the
Hi,
stream.
Abby.
We are still
Hey,
going.
Oh, Abby, you're gonna need to see a highlight from this stream.
Oof.
There was a moment that everyone needs to see.
I will highlight it and put it on YouTube and send out. It will be seen. That will be preserved on its own.
Do it during the Game Awards.
During the Game Awards, they'll show it. I'll send it to Jeff. Best Twitch clip of the year, coming in hot on the 10th.
And which piece
Number
of
one.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident.
Ba 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 ba
Also, how was Mike, Abby?
ba ba. Yeah, and how you doing? We found this shit. That probably counts, right?
Yeah, I think that. Yep. I believe so.
If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this?
Well, what's that? And what's that on it? A handprint?
Chief Gant, your explanation, please.
I don't know. You tell me, son.
Huh?
My dear Rido. Don't you know? The second rule of evidence law.
Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case in the trial. Tell me, how is this rag relevant to this trial?
I was about to ask to what?
It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance?
Well, okay. I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, Oji.
Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you.
Ew.
Powerful homoeroticism.
Also, that was a mistake, technically, but it didn't cost anything.
Yeah.
And it affected the story. Maybe.
Or introduction of a mechanic, perchance.
Oh, I remember what it is. Sorry, that was a bit of a loud. Oh.
It's fine.
I thought, oh,
Aha!
something's afoot. A clever twist.
Eureka!
A melon.
A melon.
Watch Taskmaster episode 1 to get that reference.
It's a good episode of a good show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I gave a thumbs up like that was anything to really do with me. I don't know Alex Horn yet.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Guess read through all the evidence.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this feels like the same thing as the cloth.
Except with the cloth, there's no proof that was
Oh,
connected to
true.
the murder.
Yeah, this is already relevant, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
Inside his desk. You see, Chief Ken, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh,
I saw you jamming Ginger there.
Yeah, I'm vibing.
he's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
I would say I'm probably a better defense attorney than Edgeworth, considering he's not a defense attorney.
Fuck off, right?
So you admit to it then, that you were involved
There's
in the
trauma in that statement.
Oh, bitch prosecutor. That was a little less Phoenix Wright, a little more muscle man.
You know who else isn't a defense attorney? So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who? Me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Rido?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? Dick flattening?
What? If Detective's Gumshoe Cellar drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Yes, they do, it's 4. Where's it
It's
5?
6.
Fuck,
Oh, get fucked.
dang it.
Let's see. What is it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, if you can hear me, I'm frozen.
We can hear you. I should probably not say that because she probably can't hear us, but I will
Mm-hmm.
put it in here. So hopefully she knows that we can hear her. Bunk bunk. Just keep going. Hope a Zoe line doesn't come up.
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
That's the wrong name. That starts.
No, no. Say it.
All right,
Hello.
Uji, I'm speaking to myself. Hey, Zo. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Did I miss any lines?
No.
Cool.
You did miss the. It says the judge is talking when he just clearly is not. But
Ah.
All right, Uji. In return, though, you must call me judge.
I know that place, right?
Excuse me?
Yes, the bedroom.
Huh? What are these guys, gay? That felt a little bad.
Everyone in court is gay.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Why is it like Theresa May?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when you found your fingerprints are found. What the fuck? Yes. If they're found inside my safe, that would prove your investigation was illegal.
I'd never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
He goes "Phew," out of your fingers.
Just can't
That's
get a
why.
grip
That's why he goes swimming.
What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery,
I'm not through speaking yet, Mr. Wright. It all depends when the evidence was discovered.
just so you know, Phoenix Wright was trending earlier today.
Aha! It was because
I'm
of
a
us.
Phoenix- Yeah, definitely not because people want him for Smash.
Ooh. What the fuck is that?
And it's when Phoenix and Edgeworth get together.
Heyo.
Ew.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, I could have suddenly materialized that day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
But they're so clever, though, and I love wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Mr. Wright. Think about it.
I'm thinking about it. How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end,
I much prefer kill or lightly harmed with intent.
But in the end, the person responsible... What was that? But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see?
Really, Chiefka? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
Private time with Judgy.
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. Resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Ho ho ho! Oh, that is a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even out that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable. A little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Ah!
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
Did you know that there was a long time, well, not a long time, and that there were fan theories that because we didn't know who Apollo's dad was, some people thought that it was Gant.
Why?
And they did, you know, the thing where you like put 2 characters together and you circle sort of details that are similar. They were like, oh, Gant is based off of Zeus, and Apollo is named Apollo, and Zeus was Apollo's dad.
No.
I don't buy it. It wouldn't be
He's
anyone's...
got the hair flicks.
So do I.
Also, there's
That
also
didn't
the
work
fact
at
that
all.
Gant is 65 right now.
Fair enough. Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl. Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
Whoa.
Ooh.
Do they mean point out the person he was accomplice to?
Guess so.
Well, technically, there'd be an accomplice to the murder if he was the murderer.
What? Sorry, I'm just a little confused on the wording of point out accomplice. And I don't think I should be.
I think it's just point out who else is involved.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, the answer could just be no. I don't know how likely that is, but... Okay, well, let's think. Who would he have been helping out? You could argue it helped Edgeworth, but
Why?
why?
Give me a reason.
Okay, how about this? Given he's completely selfish, why would he help someone out?
To either gain position or cover his own tracks, I would think. We know it's not gain position. Because we already covered that base.
Mm-hmm.
If he was covering his own tracks...
Also, what was the evidence that he had in his safe?
It was the piece of cloth from Neil Marshall, wasn't it?
Well, he had multiple things in there.
Actually, I have no idea if this has anything to do with Neil Marshall. I think I just assumed it did because it kind of looks like his coat. I don't know if they ever mentioned that he had anything to do with it. But I definitely thought of something. So it was the strip of cloth and it was the piece of the vase.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't want Emma
What
to
are they
get
related
convicted.
to?
Because he did want Joe Dark to get convicted?
Who would
Because
he be helping then?
himself. Because he was the serial killer.
Well, he can't be his own accomplice. So let's just put that one in a box.
That's my guess. So
Yeah.
the person he'd be
How about this?
helping would still be Lana, but for his own reasons? Or... Jake? So that his brother wouldn't be thought of as a... No. That doesn't feel right to me. It would be really awkward if it is right.
Here. If... Okay. If he was working with someone,
Oh, did you? Would
what would
I mean,
he
I
get
think
out
you
of
were here
working
when
with
he
certain
finished
people?
the Emma bit.
Sorry?
Sorry.
What would he... Why would he have a reason for working with certain people?
Wait, what?
Working with who?
If he was working with someone,
Okay.
what would the other person and him get out of it?
How about you just collect? I am going to point out an accomplice and see if there's an extra dialogue box.
Yeah, right.
That might help you understanding a bit more.
True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, I'll ask. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Oh, the list got smaller, so that's neat.
Mhm. And does that wording help better?
So would it still be Lana then?
Why would it be Lana?
Well, because if Joe Dark gets convicted, then Emma doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Seems pretty straightforward to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I've still got that other thing I said in the back pocket that I'm pretty sure is his reason for wanting Joe Dark convicted. I got lives. Let's go for it. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. The defendant?
Yeah, I definitely think the right choice was just to move on and have the question phrased differently.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It was weird it saying accomplice in that way.
Yeah, I don't know.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
So he had the chief prosecutor in his pocket, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Sorry.
You alright there?
Yep.
Alright. Right up, my boy. You have quite the imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless I put my Minecraft bed next to yours, Mr. Wright.
What?
That is also what happened in this incident.
It is? This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman, the whole reason that we're here.
Oh shit, Bruce Goodman's dead?
Did anyone else forget about Bruce Goodman for a moment?
A little bit.
Yeah. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy. You'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? What?
Order, order, order! I said order! Out loud. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible! Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
They are, Luna.
They are. Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. All right, then. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Just remember, it better be good.
Quick check. Oh, wait, no. I thought you had opened it up, not the game. Never mind. Ignore me.
Oh, you thought I
I
went
gotta
into the
pay
court
10
record.
for
I
Sarah.
figured.
Yeah. It's worth it. Pay 10. Get a Sarah.
Don't.
Yeah.
The point is that you don't. I don't.
Okay, so what was the question again?
What ties Detective Gant to the murder of Bruce Goodman?
Oh, I remember.
The ID card? But we don't have... Can we ask him by presenting this to show his ID card? That's what I'm going for. This is the ID card list. Yes.
Squished, Phoenix.
Squished. Yes. The one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Oh shit, sorry.
Oh. And Bree's muted. I remember what the line was, so I can do a Bree impression.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but there's no way you can prove that was my number.
It's your number.
Fuck, because that's a really good line.
Yeah, that's a good
Just going-
exchange.
just dead ass going, is your number.
I'm sorry I goofed it.
Let's wait for Bree to unmute.
Ah!
Ah! Yeah, Luna?
What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open.
Luna, shh.
A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean...
Try to do a me impression.
And no, I just said, like, basically what you do for Gant's voice. Because Ginger accidentally skipped your line, and I still remembered what the line was.
Thought we... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense search of my office was a violation of regulations.
And I would demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law.
You would.
But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm the chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me. When you entered the room, were you alone?
I can always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. You should probably pull it up. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth.
Oh, shit, yeah, you're right, sorry.
If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Was it this?
What does that say about Gant on it, though?
Oh, good point. I was thinking the awards ceremony, but I don't actually know if Goodman went to that.
Wait, actually, check that out again.
It's the
I
SL9
actually check it.
It's the SL9
Check it
note.
properly. Okay, I just wanted to check if that little bit at the bottom would say Gant or something like that. Like it's his stationery. Check the lost item report.
I'm sure you're reading everything.
It's the one for the...
So I was
Is it-
just wondering if he would have to like talk to
I
Gant
read the
about it or not.
description.
Yeah. To be submitted to the chief. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Reading. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
What a bitch. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you're in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied fucking hell.
There's no other
Accompanied him.
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. But you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
No!
He made lightning!
That was a... Yeah.
No.
Chief Gant, you conducted electricity!
There have been so many Tumblr H20 posts I haven't been able to post because they used that sprite.
Why can he make lightning? I know he's supposed to be like based off of Zeus, but why can he do that? Okay.
You don't know he made it. He just got hit by it.
Yeah.
Oh shit, like with the lightning in the murder room. You didn't. The murder was most likely committed on the spur of the moment. No one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. Started reading it too soon. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why else? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body.
However, the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you. Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
How did he move the body?
I'm
trying to think of what hasn't come into play yet.
Wait.
Why don't you...
Sorry, what were you gonna
What?
say?
No, I want to hear what you're saying.
Is it this bitch?
You have definitely used the Blue Badger before.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is it something I genuinely have not used at all before?
I think it's better, rather than thinking about what specific evidence it is, first think, how could he have moved the body?
Well,
Or think about where the body was found and work backwards.
Tell us everything you know about the body.
it's Bruce Goodman's. It was
Mhm.
Okay.
in the evidence room where he got stabbed.
Was it
That's
in the
where it
evidence
started.
room?
Where
Yeah.
did it end?
Yeah. Body wasn't found there.
And then it was moved to the prosecutor's office.
Where in the prosecutor's office?
The trunk of Edward's car.
Okay.
In the garage?
So
I
how-
don't-
So how would he get it in there?
Well, the screwdriver was how he got Edgeworth to come back, right?
Yeah,
He-
I'd say ignore that question of how he got it in there. Because, like, I assume he opened it.
Did he move the body to Edgeworth's car in secret and then get Edgeworth to go to the prosecutor's office? By doing the screwdriver thing?
Dunno.
I'm gonna go with
Do you
that.
think that's plausible? Yeah.
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver?
But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it out of the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back to the prosecutor's office. Sorry, were we a bit too heavy with the clues in that one?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did. Because Chief Gant asked you to.
You mean
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to carry evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Ms. Lana Skye. Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. I fucking hate this photo. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time is up.
My time is up?
Sorry, Rido, but I'm having a lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal,
Weapons?
like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all of this?
Run away. Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? I have no proof yet. That's a menu option. Concrete proof. I mean, if they were in there earlier, the security tape should have showed it, right?
That's what I was thinking.
And maybe we just didn't check
Maybe
it.
he deleted it.
I don't remember if there was anything mentioned about, like, it not having the right time or something like that. Concrete proof. Is it that this knife was there and would have acted as like a reminder to Lana?
I mean, is that
But
concrete proof?
No, that's a fucking reach, but I'm
Yeah.
reaching. The answer really just be no. I mean, the evidence, the security tape, right?
It wasn't. He's not on the tape that you have.
Right, but surely there should be tapes from earlier as well.
Yeah, but do you have any concrete proof?
I guess not.
And I'm just thinking that, like, we know that Jake Marshall is bad at his job, and he isn't there at his desk most of the time.
Mhm.
So he could have really easily just deleted the tape.
Yeah. Hmm.
You can't just say no.
Yeah, I want to say no. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
I did find it funny how it is asked specifically, do you have any concrete proof? And you're like, maybe.
See, Urgy?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What?
I don't gamble unless the stakes are high. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Urgy. I'll leave the rest to you.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Law enforcement.
Is that what it said?
Yeah.
What?
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth? What do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Kent has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
Is Chief Kent a lady? There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
It is me, Your Honor! Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Sky. I assume. The defendant, Ms. Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Someone.
I see that's Lana. Hold on.
Huh?
Oh, it's Gant.
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this. If you accept Mr. Wright's claims.
Gant,
Hey.
where are you going?
Gant's really on his way out the door.
Gant's going for lunch.
There will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway. Right. Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
I don't know what you're talking about, Luna. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. We haven't clicked out of it yet.
Yeah. Thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief. He's something else, eh, Bowles?
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not detective anymore.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure.
Just so you know, I've frozen again. So. Woo. Oh, wait, no, I haven't. Wait, well, I'm confused.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and the stream's still going. It's just that the Twitch stream ended for me, and people stopped talking for a moment.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
I got confirmation bias there.
Did you say the thingy?
Yeah. Oh, stream did freeze.
Stream did.
Oh,
freeze.
okay. Ginger, you gaslighted me.
I did, but it was fine on my end.
Everyone else says no.
Well, yes.
You fooled me.
I'm sorry.
Is it good now?
Yeah, it's good now.
Okay. I'll take the place that you used that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
What do you mean? Maya?
Hey guys, I'm dead.
Back in the game. You're
Still.
not dead.
Looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. Tells he always gets the upper hand.
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean Oh wait, that's probably Emma.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too?
Yeah.
No, I'm good at guessing.
Emma, are you okay?
Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office.
I forgot she was dead.
I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
Not yet, Ahmed.
No, don't be. It was the truth.
I'm sweating a little bit, I won't lie.
You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force her to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Dr. Marshall.
Doctor?
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
We live in a society. so-
Literature. Sorry, that's my degree.
It's true.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with this forgery,
Oh, my back.
but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
I guess we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Final act. Emma,
This
why
is the
not?
final countdown.
Emma, why don't you wait?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, right? It's time to end this. Look, I love Edgeworth. A little bit fucked up that he's just hanging out in the defendant's lobby like, yeah, we're a team.
He's just like, friends!
Yeah, we're all on the same thing, right? Also, objection.
I mean, to be fair, like, fucking, if he didn't say half the shit he does, then I don't think
Oh, yeah,
Phoenix would
absolutely.
get to where he was.
Oh,
He's
absolutely.
literally just, like, guiding him along.
It's
Oh,
like,
yeah, I agree. I'm just like, if anyone else was looking and it's just like, hey, the the prosecutor is hanging out with the defense attorney talking about battle plans, like, what the fuck?
they're colluding. We do have enough time for this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
We got
Okay.
half an hour. Let's go.
Wait, we've got more than half an hour.
Doesn't the pre-show start at 11:30?
Yeah, exactly. And the
One
actual show
hour,
starts
let's
at
go.
midnight.
What?
And the actual show starts at midnight.
Yeah. Now then, will the defendant, Ms. Lana Sky, please take the stand?
And we'd have 45 minutes more if you knew how to spell Emma.
I'm sorry!
Ms. Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor? I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Hey, what the fuck is in her bottles there?
I didn't see.
Like in her bag, she's got bottles poking out with mysterious fluids.
Ooh,
I
science.
mean,
Now then, your
Science.
testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
but
Look at all
Lana,
those mystery fluids.
She's got her tubes.
Also, sorry. Spoke over you.
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister.
Why can everyone read my blue words?
Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Poetic. Poetic.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
This feels empty.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia.
Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. Sorry, Luna, she is a lesbian.
With Mia.
Wait, Mia and Lana? They're the Wooloo version of Phoenix and Edgeworth.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't
Except less stupid.
Excuse?
What'd you say, Brie?
Except less stupid.
Why is that stupid?
I said except less stupid.
Oh.
Okay. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself.
No green for you!
Like a big girl.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer.
Maybe.
My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
What she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that?
Look at this. I'm rich.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon?
Thank you for the resub, Dade. How you doing, buddy?
Wouldn't let that shit happen to me, though. Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh? That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound? And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I'll ask for the sake of others. I mean, I think
You
I
could probably
get
do
it.
both. What was that, sorry?
I think I get both reasons. Plant the knife to
Because that-
remove the prosecutor award from the equation, move the body to remove the vase from the equation.
I feel like both of them will turn up in the testimony, depending on which one you click on.
Yeah.
So they're the most likely to present contradiction.
But why did you do that?
Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Hi, Harpy.
Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right?
Yes. And leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I have felt the most effective way to getting convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes. Because I hated Dark for what he did.
So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period.
Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened.
In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Mr. Wright, my sister's lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
Got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction.
Might as well try the other one then.
Oh yeah, I think.
Mhm.
It's on this statement, right?
Guess not.
No, it's not.
Oh, that one. Because she rearranged the crime scene.
Yeah.
And then tragic flashback.
They're very sad. Everyone's very sad about this. Which,
Oh
yeah.
no.
Oh.
Marshall's dead. Oh,
That's right.
he's got a cowboy in heaven.
Oh.
If he gets there, which I'm not certain. Cowboys don't go to heaven. Oh. Both of them were cowboys.
Well,
I don't know.
huh?
Wait. Go to the right one more. Okay, so go to the left. This is a statement where it presents the options, I think.
Yeah, and then it'll change this one.
Yeah, I think so. Yep, this is the one.
Yeah.
When you showed up in the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. Oh, that's still me. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Is that the only new thing?
Well, might as well press it.
Yeah, I know. I just checking that there wasn't
Sorry.
2 statements.
Pieces of the jar? You mean...
Yes, that wretched jar Mr. Wright showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, When you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Oh, I love this PowerPoint that plays all the time. Neil Marshall was dead, and Drake was lying...
Drake?
And Josh. And Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see. What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
So,
What are you thinking?
well, the jar shattered when Emma pushed Neil.
Did it?
That's what they said.
Yeah, that's what they said.
So, wait, So Phoenix's point was that it shattered while the crime was happening.
No, that was Lana's testimony
Or,
that it
sorry.
shattered while it was happening.
Yeah. I mean, it's intact there, but would that matter? Because they hadn't happened yet, so no.
Why don't you look at the jar itself?
And there was the piece of it in Gant's thing. Emma is written on the surface in blood. Which he wouldn't have been able to write if it was broken?
Probably would have been pretty hard.
Yeah. Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been useless. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction? In my testimony?
He testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Ah,
He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
again, tell me if my hints are too obvious or anything like that.
Well, look straight at the relevant piece of evidence was a little bit. But I don't mind it.
I felt like that one was like obvious that you should look at it.
Yeah, I would have gotten around to it.
Sorry.
It's alright. Order.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical.
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away this message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. Oh, that's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
It's just like Persona 5. Okay, I need... I can't go cold turkey.
The final one. That's all you get. We'll fix this over Christmas.
But almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas.
I said over. We will go through it and past it. Which does not necessarily constitute over. You know what I mean. So the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
Certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. But not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
You are an ace... Oh, wrong voice. You are an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you'd do that for me?
Seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation?
Lana,
I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces.
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me.
even I carry my bottle of emergency luminol whenever I go.
My bottle.
Maya bottle.
Maya bottle?
It's got Maya's face on it.
Maya champ merch.
Hey.
Get it here. I never missed anything. I got every last piece.
So you illegally rearranged the crime scene?
Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions.
I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony.
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I've finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around.
Whoa!
Phoenix seems to have it figured out, but I sure don't. We still haven't used this strip of cloth, so I'm drawn to that. You noticed the blood traces on the jar. It was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Indeed. I don't follow the thread here, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm also not gonna lie, I'm struggling to work out how to give clues on this one without outright saying it.
Sterling gameplay right now.
All I can really say is make sure that you're fully reading the evidence descriptions. Or you might want to work it from a different angle. Look at the testimony and which one is most likely to have a contradiction.
Yeah,
That might just...
I was flicking through them earlier to see something like that, but there wasn't really anything that caught my eye.
Yeah. So I just thought it might be good to refresh a little bit by trying the other direction.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
Well, see, I'm trying to think that maybe that it's like the one that we found was in the safe, so she didn't get that one, but I don't think that actually amounts to much with what we're talking about right now.
Why not?
Because
Well, what did she do with the fragments that she found?
wipe the blood off them.
And if you look at the actual jar,
The big piece in the middle isn't wiped. Oops.
Sorry, I fucked up the sizing and everything. Is the point that the part that she missed wasn't wiped down, and that was the one that was in Gant's thingy?
Up to you.
I'm gonna try that.
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
But well done, you came to that one completely by yourself.
Smort took me a while, though.
Your brain went brrr. What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be.
Sequel! Spin-off!
Lana Sky Ace Detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that?
This is a murder trial! Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope we're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No!
That's the first time the judge has ever had a moment like that.
Yeah. Wait. I'm not the one on trial here.
On trail.
Trail.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And here is the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet.
Ooh.
Ow! No! I did it on my own.
Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer any more, for my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
The he most.
Foul lies. Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if
Oh, his brain's expanding.
we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So do you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Sky, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Sky, if you will.
I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time, and in 24 minutes or less if possible.
We're just gonna have a little window of the Game Awards on the stream. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
But let's just check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Ah,
Yeah,
not bad.
This is dude.
Little dude.
Yeah. Well.
Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh.
Bree.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
No detective saw the crime scene like this. That's because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I rearranged the scene.
Mr. Wright. That piece cut out from his vest, could that be?
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe.
When you said it earlier that it was that, I was like,
I think that was just a brainwave I had at some point thinking they looked like similar material.
What's this?
It's a handprint. That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma?
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
the bite. Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Oh, I forgot that was a testimony.
Nope. Oh.
Oh, that was quick. Oh. Oh!
Oh, hello.
Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined testimony. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be the risk the judge was talking about.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Oh, okay. Gant says gick.mp4.
Ginger, why were you doing it?
I don't know. I just thought it was funny.
Funnies.
And I wanted to make that.
So
I
what?
wanted to make that joke.
You think I'm worried?
When I saw the G's, I thought he was going to say Game Grumps.
Sorry to disappoint you. But I don't watch the Game Grumps. I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean? Their Undertale Let's Play was hilarious.
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does.
Someone?
So then, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, him is sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I mean, not showing it has not really been presented as an option. All things considered.
We should save state.
Yeah? Huh? Really? Okay.
Mhm.
What the fuck, Ginger? You gonna show evidence that Emma's a murderer again?
Don't start. I will lose it.
It's fucked up.
I thought she was your friend.
I,
I thought she reminded you of Maya. Mulamur
Hey,
betraying Willowa. Wow.
no, I don't want to do that.
I'm dead, and you're insulting my memory.
You're still not dead.
Do whatever you think you should do.
That's the worst advice you could have ever given.
Listen, you gotta decide.
Click
You got a lot of time.
Click button.
Pick a button.
Click button. Click button. The Game Awards are calling, Ginger. Click button.
Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
Alright, the time's finally come to show it to him. These prints have got to be the chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Professor Marshall.
What the fuck?
No, no, stop.
That's a piece of leather clothing? Yes. It most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest.
What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword.
I'm sorry, Adil.
What? Whose fingerprints are on this?
I'm sure Rido has checked, haven't you?
Well, whose are they? They're Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies.
What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
Thunk.
See, I told you it was conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. You really expect me to believe that?
But
Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death.
no,
Pretty fucked up if you ask me.
it appears we have our killer. No. No.
Phoenix sad. Well, now we wasted more time.
Hey, I told you to save state. We could have wasted a lot more time.
See, y'all wonder why I think so long about all those. It's because I fucking knew they'd do it eventually.
I'll be honest, I forgot. I thought that was what you meant to do.
No.
I was guilting you as a joke. Canon
Canon
end.
end. We're
No.
done. Good night, everybody. No.
Your
You
Honor,
gotta remember the Dookie.
What?
I know what you mean. Fucked up thing for you to say, Brie.
I have no idea what she's talking about.
You'll find out. You
Okay.
gotta remember the Dookie.
Your Honor, I don't.
Ignore that statement. Ignore that statement.
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie.
Chief Grant?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about? Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? A good look at this picture. See the victim's vest. Notice anything odd about the chest area?
Looks like part of it's been cut off for some reason.
Yes, he loved
You
having
mean
his
you
tits
had
out.
this? Sorry. I ruined your joke.
It's okay.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Rido. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were me, Pig. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Guy?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dart convicted.
Then we rearranged the crime scene. I hid 2 pieces of evidence. I did this before Lana arrived at the scene.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for the murder a girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
Who do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police of chief by dumb luck.
Police of Chief.
See this jar fragment?
It was a
I hid
tea!
the most
Sorry.
It's not even the one that you made into a tea.
No.
I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's that you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Not Christmas yet, Cam.
Some people don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Rido. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gan. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being the chief and all. But it is a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Rido. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
I did, actually. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Wait, huh? What? Huh?
Is this the right opportunity to show the evidence? Better get it right this time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Edgeworth has introduced the idea that he could have fabricated the name on the jar as well. So what's to say he couldn't have done the same with the prince? If Emma was unconscious, then
Quite a possibility.
then he could have done it. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. And if it's wrong a second time, I'm gonna lose it. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requested it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. There's handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could not be forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Whoops,
You
didn't
could
you?
forge it.
What? No, shut up.
It can't be. You can't forge a handprint that hard, especially when she's
You're as
unconscious
slow
like
on the
that.
uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Rido had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to are...
What the fuck?
Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh no, front-facing spray at the council bench.
Oh. You're really something, Rido. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky?
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky? It's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer.
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. The photo? It'd be covered in blood?
Yep. That's logical. And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it.
Look at this photograph.
See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth... Wait. There's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armorer's sword?
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. Then he broke the jar on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
Teamwork. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Oh, he might. It's finished.
Oh, that was close, Ryder. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute all allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order, order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, OG. Earlier, old Rido here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Rido? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Hmm. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
Well, did you?
I did. But what if I lied and said I didn't know it was relevant? Is that a route that is available to me?
I don't know.
That's what I'm going for. And you can tell I have full confidence.
Using up all your save slots.
I have almost all of my save slots on this case.
Certainly. I refused to present evidence at one point.
So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, you don't listen to his lies.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
I will simply present the law.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. I learned how to read. Character development. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. Goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case in trial.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. No.
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. There's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. He's going in. Sounds gotta hurt.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes being committed every day, as he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he had to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Oh shit, we need a voice for Goodman.
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
I'm sorry for disrespecting a dead man.
He told me to open up the evidence room and take it out.
It's not too late. I'll hand this to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a little panicked, too. I had a bad feeling about it, but I never knew it would come to this. That's when I saw it. The accursed knife. I couldn't just put it out.
You would only increase the amount of blood, and you couldn't finish what you started.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I was wiping it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my mistake.
Detective Gumshoe's bloody handprint.
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous.
Still your line.
I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry. We couldn't think of any other way to move the body. We broke the trunk, but what's the big deal? You pulled down a lot more than us detectives.
What does this have to do with anything? You're horrible. How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I feel bad for having to do it. I couldn't sit around and pick and choose what to take.
Well, you left the jar fragment and gloves.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy. What are you doing in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. If you want to take them on the loan. You'll figure it out what's needed. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, gee.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. We'll charge our J.O. crystals another day.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant.
I'm glad the music kicked in there, so the music was the moment was ruined anyway.
I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Ajay. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Rido here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. You see, if I listen carefully, I can hear it right now. The sound of a new beginning.
No,
I mean, it's not like they're going to be on every case.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's fucked up that they wrote that knowing that Edgeworth wasn't going to be the prosecutor.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Aww.
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
The sky.
And to you too, Miss Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it! I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor?
you were innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes. I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I've felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
Good line.
Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty, because if we put a guilty screen here at the end of all that would feel a bit shit. That is all. The court is adjourned.
I remember before the stream I asked, should we put a hard limit on time? Like, just in case, because, like, Brie,
Yeah,
you need to
'cause it's
actually
time for
do
me to
stuff.
go.
We won't need a hard time. It'll be fun. I'm,
It's only one court case.
I'm so sorry, Brie.
It's okay. Enjoy the epilogue. Yeah. I'll see you all in,
Wait, but
Yeah.
okay, yeah, you gotta go. Thank you
See
so
you
much.
later,
Thank
Brie.
you so much for all your help. Of you.
And I'm really proud of
bye.
you for the game, what's happening in the Game Awards.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
thank
rad.
you.
See
But
you
yeah.
soon.
See you soon.
Okay, so we're just gonna do impressions.
Yep.
Pretty. And let me just. We need to plug her as well.
Yes, we do. Plug Bree. She does good streams. Occasionally.
Although this does mean that I can, once we get to the credits and all, I can ask you your thoughts and not feel guilty about taking up her time.
Yeah, we can we can comparatively chill for a minute. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. And for that matter, neither were
That-
you.
That's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. Oh, that's still me.
Yeah, that's you.
I'm getting confused now.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. You can do
Bree,
gumshoe.
you gumshoe? Okay, what's Bree's gumshoe? Fuck.
Hey, pal.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything.
I like how that's Bree's gumshoe, but with your edge.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Not again.
Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making the detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
What?
Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Oh, fuck. This is just the engineer from TF2.
Oh, wow, streams.
Oh,
What
Really?
a great time for interactions.
wow. Wow.
Golly.
Is it back for you? Ugly idiot in the. Thank you for the follow. Is it? Are you good? Zoe? Zoe?
Hey, I'm back.
Zoe? Okay. Just
Hey,
as
hey, okay, we're here. We're here. We're doing fine.
Just as your connection dipped, I made the staggering realization that this Gumshoe voice is just the engineer from TF2 with less of an accent. Because I said nope in the exact same way. Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana.
Oh my god, my phone is exploding with people going live streaming the Game Awards.
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. Trans. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I never knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself.
No, she very much did know.
Oh, I knew. Shut up. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself.
Listen, I'm supposed to point out contradictions.
Objection. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis. Trans. I'm such a fool. It took me all the time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy?
Yeah, clap along if you feel.
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma.
Hey, there's the hug I wanted to see.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our path. And once we've found our path, we can move on from our past mistakes toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt looking at those two sisters make up.
Game Awards has already awarded 5 trophies?
Oh fuck, are they doing the thing where they give out a bunch of shit in the pre-show so that they have more time for ads in the main show?
Ah.
I really hope
Yup.
they didn't give out Games for Impact, though. I'd be upset.
I'll have it on in the background, and I'll be looking out for when Games for Impact is on,
Okay.
and then we can live react to that. Let me look at Game Awards. But our order of priority is watching Games for Impact Award, this stream, then the Game Awards. That is the framework we're working with here.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
Where was he hiding?
I was behind a bush.
Where was he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right.
Huh? Yeah.
Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't change my own mistakes. Okay, I also want to say during the Game Awards right now, a virtual band is playing, and one of the band members has a t-shirt that says Black Trans Lives Matter.
Hey, cool.
Anyway, about the need. And Mr. Edgeworth,
Nobody listened to that. Nobody listened to that sound that just got made.
not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand, if you want to take them on alone. You'll figure out what's needed. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime alone, one needs a weapon. It's scary, but I've been thinking the same thing for quite some time now.
Probably feeds after a bit of cooldown.
Oh yeah, of course.
But Edgeworth.
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth? Don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. Were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime alone, one needs a weapon. That may be right, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone.
Oh, is this gonna be gay?
You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Listen, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at the Game Awards Twitter. I wanted to see who won Best Action Adventure Game. It was The Last of Us 2. Evidence.
Fuck.
Right? That neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
Okay. Let's look
Is
through all these.
is it the claw?
Let's not present anything just yet.
Hey,
We
hey,
need-
hey, hey, hey. The last
We do-
save
We do
state.
not get a do-over.
This is the last save, so we're back to slot 0.
Okay. Shovel
The screwdriver?
3. Maybe the evidence list. Because you
Oh,
both
'cause
had half of it.
Yeah, we literally brought it together.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just saying, for the end of game ones,
Oh,
I am
yeah.
hand holding 100%.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
That didn't just happen by chance, Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends I need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, what happened in this trial can either make or break you as a prosecutor. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell. I'd better be getting back to. Okay, I'll come visit you. It seems we both still have a lot to learn. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study. Wait, what?
Really? I have a hard time believing that.
Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
It's coloring book. Color in the linalool fluids.
And so another
At
case...
least it's not connect the dots.
Oh, fuck. Listen.
And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that
Can't believe
their
they're
lives...
using art.
How dare they? Just put a filter over it, tell me it's new, how dare.
Faith, faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Journey to rediscover myself.
I'm very glad Edgeworth is the last one. Could very well have been Maya.
I've already forgotten Gumshoe's voice.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I think it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Right here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, do you think I can afford that with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Since we're all here, why don't we all go together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Wait. Why is that the only button? I can't press it. Do I have to use the mic? Do I have to use the mic? Hold on, everybody. Hold on a second. What a nice and little neat ending this is. What's the fucking Y button? I don't know.
Oh shit, it's Smash Brothers. Wait, let's live react right now.
Okay. Yeah, focus on that instead of this.
Oh shit, I didn't expect this to be so early.
Oh, I'm not surprised the Joker one was like right away as well.
Oh, this is not going to be Phoenix Wright, is it? Imagine if it was live on our Ace Tenny stream.
Hold on. I'm not looking.
Go, Pit, go! Save the day! Come on, Pit!
Where is Game Awards?
I bet it's going to be Dante from this. Or Sora. Oh, no! No, stream buffer! No!
Oh, I got a Red Bull ad.
No, no one's wanted me!
I'm looking at a Red Bull ad.
No.
Oh. Yeah, all right. Fair enough. If you can hear the music, you know who it is. Okay, okay, I see who it is. I'm gonna stop looking at it. Oh no, Zoe's internet like died.
Guess whose stream died?
Oh, yeah, that's fucked.
And Sephiroth? Really?
It could have been better than Sephiroth, I'll give you that. But how do I fucking do? What's the Y button? I found it. Hold on.
Oh, fuck, Mario's dead. So this kind of goes against what my theory was in terms of Smash DLC this time.
Oh yeah?
My theory was that they didn't need to all be from new franchises, but they all needed to be from a new game universe. Because I remember Sakurai saying that was what he was excited about the DLC.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Does Cloud have a new Final Smash?
Okay, I figured out the buttons.
I really don't understand.
I swear to God, if Angeal comes down, or fucking Gact, I will never be a memory. He said the thing.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Hey, I hope you played Final Fantasy VII. Okay.
I'm not the sort of person to just say, "Oh, that's a bad pick." I'm not saying that's a bad character. I'm saying it's not a different game, and that's disappointing.
Yeah.
You already have that game.
Hey, by the way, in the time it took us to do that, I figured out how to do the thing.
Nice.
Or maybe I didn't.
Anyway, let's actually finish Ace Attorney.
It's not working. Zoe, it's not working. Zoe, it's not working.
Oh, this is really awkward. Wait, let me Google this. Are we legit done?
Hello, is it? It's not picking up this mic.
Oh.
Why isn't it working? This is upsetting.
Oh. Try the select button.
I don't know what button that is. Right shift. Nope. Oh, I'm so sorry, everyone.
Oh dear. Oh. Okay. Here's a game facts.
Okay.
I don't know what emulator you're using, but maybe it'll work.
Did you happen to read the the replies that are in here?
Which ones?
I a lot.
You just had to buy the game?
Yeah.
I did read on.
There's not really anything super helpful in there. Hold on.
Okay, I've got a solution.
What is it?
We play a video of the credits.
Hold on. Why won't that count? I did it!
Oh. Okay. Let's give our thoughts and be interrupted all the time by dialogue.
Yep.
And here's the first. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. She's a coroner. I think Emma will be pleased. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Oh!
Oh, that's a thing you could do. Oh, so cute. I didn't know that was a thing you could do.
That was nice looking.
Okay. And so thoughts on this case specifically, and then we'll do thoughts on the game as a whole.
It ended pretty strong.
Yeah.
Started pretty weak.
Oh, through the line.
Yikes, I thought, fuck, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show. You can't shake me off that easily. And there it is.
Yeah, that's the reason why I definitely remember this this case better than it is. Because I'm just like, yeah, that finale though.
It's a really good ending. It takes so long to get there, and the path taken to get there, especially in the early stages, kind of fucking sucks. Good night, Abby. Have a good sleep.
Abby.
Thanks for tuning in for what you could.
But remember, this stream was fun.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance to take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him now. Someday I'm gonna make it detective. Yes, sir! Then I can be just an empty gumshoe.
It's good to have a hero.
Yeah, and like, I think the reason the last day is so good is because it's just Gant, Emma, and Lana.
Yeah. It, like, gets down to the actual point instead of meandering around it for so long.
And they're the heart of the case, absolutely.
Hey, fuck off. Get off the screen.
But more importantly, game in general.
Oh, fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I think I said... I don't think my thoughts have changed much since what I said at the end of the last case. I loved it. I think it's a great game.
Good. Yeah. And obviously I've already played the game before. I already absolutely love it. But it's been so nice to do it on stream and to get your raw reactions.
Mm-hmm.
You want to do Marshall?
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a show? Fuck, Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water. Didn't even get to complete his art. Doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, it's just been really fun doing it. Like I was doing voices and helping you through it.
Speaking of voices,
Hopefully not too obvious. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way Lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
Yeah, especially since like it's a kind of game you can't really replay and experience those raw reactions for yourself. I'm sure it's been quite a experience vicariously seeing my reactions. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
yeah, I don't really know what else to say other than it's been great. And like obviously I wish Brie was here in order to like
Yeah.
talk about enjoying it, but she's got big things going
She's
on right
very
now.
busy. It is unfortunate that fate would have it. That
Hey, just think she could have
look what
been
is-
in. I'm alive. Nothing seems so like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing Nick and his objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Maya, afternoon show is about to begin.
Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Yeah, well, she could have actually been at the Game Awards, so this wouldn't
Yeah.
have happened anyway. So,
Yeah. This also could have happened 2 weeks ago, but
Fair
hey,
point.
what can you do? That's life. Things got in the way. But we
yeah,
did it.
Really looking forward to the next game.
Yes. Should we
Really
talk
looking forward
about
to
that?
doing a. Yes, but I'm also really looking forward.
Oh, that was a Brie as well. Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth,
Oh, okay.
I brought you your tea. What's going on? So he's left. Yeah, we're gonna do the second game. Absolutely.
Mhm.
We're gonna do a break in between though. Like we're just gonna do
Yes.
a random game,
So,
like probably something like Mario Party.
yeah, so we were looking at the calendar. Next Thursday is the 17th, and that's not of any real significance. But
Thanks for
after
coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
this book.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh. That's cute.
Yeah, so it's gonna be after Christmas for sure
Yeah.
when we start the spring game.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, yeah, if you look at the calendar, after next Thursday, the Thursday after that is the 24th, which is Christmas Eve, and after that is the 31st, which is New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So Ace Attorney 2, more than likely, yeah, I'd say it's happening, and it's gonna be happening in
Mhm.
the new year. So
Things
if
things to look forward to.
yeah,
Brie as
2021.
Franziska von Karma.
we're announcing the
new-
casting.
Yeah, new casting.
Left 4 Dead
And-
Dev's new zombie game again. Weren't they already making? Oh no, GTFO wasn't them. Wait, so they're actually making? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's called Back for Blood.
It's real.
Yeah.
I think Keen and I were literally talking about this the other day about how it wasn't real anymore. So I guess it's real again. That's cool. I'm excited. It'll rock.
Do we have anything left to say?
Thank you so much to
Yeah.
you and to Bree and to everyone for watching and for keeping up with us for so long.
What are you streaming on Tuesday?
What am I streaming on Tuesday? Of course, it's back with a little bit more Need for Speed. We're gonna be getting that done. Those Thursdays are on significant dates, but the Tuesdays are not. So while Ace Attorney's on a break, it's gonna be a little bit of a Need for Speed related crunch time, I guess, but not actually crunch time. Because it's gonna be the exact same workload for me. It's actually less. So I don't really know why I said crunch time, but yeah, Need for Speed. Try and get that done, wrapped up maybe before January, and then we'll be coming in to 2021 with brand new streams. Ace Attorney 2, whatever the fuck Tuesday ends up being. It's gonna be hopefully a really good start to the year. Hopefully we're gonna get out the gate strong. I'm pretty
It's
excited.
gonna be really fun.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. Many more streams to come.
Mhm.
Yes. Of course. I already said thanks to Zoe and Bree, but we should plug them, even though we've already plugged them a couple times. We're gonna do it again. Because you should definitely go check them out. They do amazing work. Zoe, are you streaming on any day this week or next week?
Should be Monday. Monday continuing Mother. And I'm technically doing Fridays as my silly one-off streams, technically, and usually speed runs, but like in the same way that Thursdays are very busy for the next few weeks, Fridays are very busy for the next few weeks as well.
That's a fair point. It's almost like the days preceding Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve have similar connotations to the ones before them.
Yeah, that's funny that. And so they're not going to be happening anytime soon. I would say go watch my VOD for the Breath of the Wild stream, because that's the biggest stream I've ever done, and I'm very proud of it.
That was a radical time.
And that's hopefully going to be the tone that those streams are going to be like. But Mondays, they're going to be chill. They're going to be doing ongoing series, and I'm doing Mother right now. But yeah, it's really...
Yeah. And like we said, next week there'll be something else that is not Ace Attorney, but probably involving, a couple of people instead of just me. But
well, not next week. Oh yes, next week?
Next week. Next week's the 17th.
Oh shit! Okay, yeah.
Week after that, nothing. That will probably be something. We don't actually know what it is yet. It has come up that we'll probably do something. So we'll probably do something. And with that being said, I think it's probably time to send you all away.
Have we drawn out this goodbye long enough?
Have we what?
Have we drawn out this goodbye long enough?
Yeah, I think so. We're over 5 hours of total stream time, by the way. So huge shout outs to anyone who's been here for the whole stream.
Remember to highlight that moment.
Yep. Yell at me about it a lot. Because memory's hard. Everyone's just streaming the Game Awards. So just go watch the Game Awards, I guess.
Rate Game Awards. Rate Game Awards.
Yeah, we're gonna rate the main Game Awards channel. This is our thing now. We're gonna raid channels that just don't need it. We're not rating anyone's restream. We're rating the main Game Awards channel.
Go for it. Get that clout. And we're probably going to be in Lucy's server talking about the Game Awards.
For anyone that is relevant to. There will be... just give us a little bit of time to chill out for a second. I certainly have to take some time to...
I need to pee.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you all so much for joining us on this journey. We'll be back in the new year with New Ace Attorney, and I'm very excited. And thank you all. Hope you have a good afternoon, good evening, or good night.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!